good evening, everyone, or morning, or afternoon, or night, depending on where you are. And Piggy says, "Yo, Dr. Fox, thanks, and a good day, Doc," from Leo. And Sue saying, "I hear you." Excellent. Thank you for the welcomes, you guys. And we'll see if we can do this show. As you can see on the screen, tonight's stream is dedicated to those who perished in the massive earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. And Mother Nature is mean at times. But we'll get into that in a minute or two. We'll start out with saying hi to everyone. First off, welcome to the moderators: Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, possibly Lucas Snow, and Joseph Fields, Texas. And thank you, moderators, for being here. You guys are awesome, and nice to have you on board, and appreciate what you do. So thank you. First person in today was Grandma B. So Grandma B gets the cookies. And congratulations, Grandma B. That is, I think, a first for you, if I'm right. But nice to see that you got them. And we'll get at saying hello to everyone here in a minute. I just want to get the big banner off the screen. One of the things I noticed is our wonderful Kilauea, the Halemaumau crater. The venting that's been going on there has been variable at times. It is gushing up to almost 10 meters in height, which really means about 30 feet of geyser-like lava flows coming up and out of the ground. So that is pretty awesome. But let's get at saying hi to everyone, and then we will get on to talking about Turkey and Syria, and we'll see how far we can get with that. Anyway, welcome to Kevin Haynes and Linda Schoof, and Sophie, of course, and Sue Hayes, and John Raper, and Kevin Haynes. I got you already. And Sixth Sense Amelia, welcome. Glad to have you on board. Kia ora. DJ Puff the Third is also here, and of course Grandma B, first in a long time. That is awesome. Sarah Miles also here. Linda we got, and Leo we got. Billy Bob Joe is here. Thanks for popping in. And let's see who else we've got going up, looking. Hermione and Fluffy are here. Good to have you here. And Peter Greenlee's also on board. Good to have you there. And I go up a little bit more. Connie Tyree also in the chat. And still scrolling up. Sasha is here. Welcome back. And going up some more. And let's see who else we got. We got Leo. Got Sarah. Julie, welcome. Good to have you on board. And Lizoid, good to have you on here as well. Let's see who else we've got. I hope I'm not going to miss names here. And still scrolling though. We got Kevin, we got John. Let's see. Linda Schoof, I don't know if I mentioned your name. Good to have you here, Linda. And still scrolling up. Diane is in the chat. Welcome. Let's see. Still scrolling up. Lots of people chatting, which is all good. That's exactly what the chat is for. So nice to see everybody is keeping within that family spirit and doing their thing. And let's see, still scrolling up some more, looking for other wonderful names, and not seeing too many other names. Lots of repeats, which is absolutely fine. I don't mind people chatting, so good to see. Let's see, Tom, Dice, and Pepper, good to have you here. And let's see who else we've got. We got Sandra already, and still scrolling up. And let's see, still scrolling. Oh, I'm up as far as I can go. I get Connie Tyree, so that's all good. Anyway, going back down to the bottom, I do see Julie Mars 2028. Welcome, good to have you here. Did I say Billy Bob Joe? No, I'm not tired, I'm sad, Billy Bob Joe. It really saddens me with these earthquakes, and that is something that it's just horrible to see. So unfortunately, like, we can't really show any of these things that have collapsed and so on. And I've watched so many of the news reports, literally where the rescuers are pulling people out of the buildings, and just as they're doing that, the building actually collapsed, and some of the rescuers even ended up getting caught in the rubble. And I hate to say it, but I heard reports of several perished as well. So it's one of those things. Anyway, let's see if I can get on with this, and hopefully I've got this set up correctly to kind of enlighten you as to what has happened. And a lot of you may not know or understand exactly how things there in Turkey are. And of course, there I have a map on the screen of basically Turkey, and a portion of Greece off on the left hand side. And if we go a circle, I think I have my whiteboard working. I'll make sure it works. So give me a second here. Yeah, over here is where Piggy is on Kos Island. And this is, of course, the island of, the area. This is Turkey here, this area. So most of that is Turkey out to here. And I do believe it goes down here somewhat and then comes up and goes around like that, and something like that. So that gives you a pretty good idea where Turkey is on the map. And of course it gets a little bit on the nasty side. Anyway, the zone that really fractured and in geology or a seismology, they refer to it as a zipper fracture, and that is this whole area. And that is kind of what's happened. And there have been over 150 earthquakes there that are well above magnitude 4 in size, which is really detrimental. The first one that came in was at 1:17 and 32 seconds UTC this morning, measured by USGS as a 7.8, and that quake came in about right in if I can do this, right in here. So the epicenter was right about there where the red dot is, and that is where the first one came in. And of course we've had so many more quakes in that area that things are really bad. And Anyway, the 1:17 a.m. UTC equates to about a 4:17 their time there. So majority of the people were sleeping. And anyway, the second quake came in. It was just about here. That was the second large one, and that was the magnitude 6.7, which came in at 1:28 18 UTC. And the first one, of course, was at a depth of 17.9 kilometers for the 7.8, and then subsequently the 6.7 came in at 12.2 kilometers in depth. And that is basically what the stuff is that happened. Further on, we had another 7.5 about where the O is here, and right in here, and a 7.5 again is a pretty heavy-duty quake. And there have been so many other ones. I'd be spending hours just listing earthquakes, but that's not what we're going to do here. What we want to do is just kind of look and talk about real quick is what has happened and what's caused this. And one of the things that you'll see on there, of course, is this bitless Zagros fold and thrust belt. And if you recall, I had kind of a hard time trying to figure out exactly. We had some pretty heavy quakes over here in the top of Iraq, and some of them were fairly large. They were very close, and that kind of made me wonder what was going on. Now we know that the way the system works here is, of course, you can see the this arrow here indicating how the Arabian microplate is pushing upward, and then of course the Anatolian plate moves slower in the top and faster in the bottom, kind of depicting it like this. But the junction here, where both the first two quakes happened, you see the Dead Sea transform zone, of course, and that is kind of a transverse or transform zone. It's the same thing as what's happening on the Anatolian, East Anatolian fault. It is a transverse, basically. You know, this arrow, yes, it is depicting correctly for the most part, but what's actually happening is the Arabian plate is actually moving in that direction a little bit as well. So yes, it has upward thrust against the Anatolian plate, but it is pushing up in kind of a northeast direction because of hitting the Anatolian plate. And of course the Anatolian plate is kind of being pushed in that direction, but as I was just saying, we have kind of an arc in here where the bottom end moves a lot faster than the top side does. So and I think I've given measurements before that we'll see approximately, oh hang on, that's not right, about 30 what is it, 23, yeah, 23 to 30 centimeters per year, and whereas this on the bottom here will move up to a 40 plus centimeters per year to shift over, and that in geological terms is quite a lot of movement. And that is, yeah, Piggy is absolutely fine. We'll get to the earthquake map in a minute. I just want to talk about this for a second. What is happening though, with the quake swarm, and we're going to look at that now, just so you get a better idea of how things are and what has happened there. So let's go over to the quake map and give you a better idea. And I'm actually going to put this on a full screen. Never mind all the quakes that are listed here. There's just too many to go through. So this will give you a better idea of what we've got going on. I'm going to change the color of my whiteboard thing here to green. So you'll see where I am basically putting this. So the Anatolian zone, whoop, I'm on the wrong spot here. I need to be over here. The Anatolian, oh, hang on. I need to move that whiteboard up on this one. Copy, remove, paste. Let's see if that'll work. Okay, that should work. So the Anatolian stuff is kind of going that way, and then we have the transform stuff here going up and down. So downward on this side, upwards on this side, and again this is basically pushing this way here and that way on that side. But you can see how red that is in that area, and that in itself is what is really the bad part. If we zoom in a little bit, and I just want to say before anyone gets too concerned about Piggy, yes, there have been some quakes down near Kos. She has felt them. This one here specifically is very close. It's a 3.1. It's about 25 kilometers away, and she definitely felt that. She also felt this 4.7 down here, and that is right near Rhodes. And I do believe she might have felt this 5.1 out here as well. I'm not sure which all she felt. This one could have been in there as well, 3.4. So she did feel some shaking and did report that. But let's go back over here where this action is. And again, here is the primary one, the 7.8. And that is the one that started everything out. And this is the 6.7 here. And that is pretty nasty. And up here is the 7.5 that came in a bunch of hours later, almost 9 hours later from the original event. And we see multiple quakes in multiple places, including in here, surprisingly, a very heavy cluster around Guxun, if I said it right. And I know I'm gonna butcher some of these names, so please forgive me. Gaziantep. Gaziantep over here is a city of about 2 million people, and this is how close that was. So that's just absolutely horrible. In total, the area here is probably, now let's zoom back out here. In total, we've probably got about 10 million people affected by these earthquakes. And that is just absolutely tremendous. What I can report, what I know is fact, that we have already we know that over, and that's coming from official sources from the Turkish government, over 3,500 people have perished in Turkey. We have over 10,000 people injured so far. What has been estimated that they have cleared away about 7% of the rubble. only 7%. So, yeah, there's a lot more to go. There are over 560 buildings that are apartment-sized buildings that have collapsed, and most of them have not yet had the top layers taken off. And it is what it is. It's horrible. It's tragic. So 3,500 people already, and they've only got about 7% of the way through this. And as they're rescuing people and digging through the rubble and pulling people out, more buildings are collapsing right next to them and on top of them, and it's absolutely just mayhem. So, yeah, I just have to say I don't do death well, okay, and it really, really bothers me to see that, but I also have to remind everyone that this area, this is not the first time that this has happened in these areas. I do remember 1999, August 17th, and I didn't have to look that up. That's in my mind. It stuck. They had over 19,000 people in Turkey perish because of those earthquakes. And it is absolutely sad to see. And I fear the numbers, once they start going through everything, the numbers will probably be similar. I'm hoping it's going to be a lot less, but unfortunately it's going to be similar. So bear that in mind. In 1999, August 17th, a very similar incident happened, although that quake was a 7.6. It was more localized, but still it did a lot of damage, and it took out a lot of people. And it is really decimating to see that. Back in 2011, there was a very, very large quake, and that was over here, Lake Van area. And I'm not sure, I can't remember exactly. I think that was a 7.4, and that had a large number of people perish as well, and that was in 2011. And I just wanted to kind of bring that to light. Oh boy. Yeah, not so easy, guys. Yeah, let's change this for a minute. And actually, Piggy did help us out with something. Yeah, going to take a break. So, I'm not a religious person, you guys, but my heart goes out to those, and it's horrendous. And I'm going to keep going here for a minute, though. I do have to say a couple things. So, I already had a look to see who we could donate to, and I was dismayed. there are already scams out there looking for donations. And it sickens me to see that. And I hope that if any of you decide to donate, the Red Cross is your best bet. And make sure that you mark it in that they put it for Turkey and Syria. In Turkey, they call the Red Cross the Red Crescent, and that is something that is important, just so you know. I was just dismayed to see that there's already scamming. It hasn't been 24 hours and there's already scamming going on. So if your donations go to the Red Cross, whether it's the American Red Cross, the Canadian Red Cross, or the Turkish Red Crescent, we know that it will get to the right people. So just thought I'd throw that in. And our hearts go out to all of them, all that have perished, all that have been injured, to the rescuers who have perished trying to pull the people out and having other buildings collapse on top of them. It saddens me. Anyway, I'm gonna take a break, you guys. Don't go away. We'll make the show go on. But the show is dedicated to those people in Turkey and Syria who have lost their lives, who have lost their friends, their loved ones, those ones who have been injured, and of course to the rescuers and the rescuers that have been lost. I'll be back in a few minutes, you guys. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Don't go away. Thank you. microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. And for those who are just joining us, of course, you may listen to my voice and say somewhat somber sounding. And that is because of what has happened there in Turkey and Syria. And it's a real shame. We're here, as what Grandma B says. Thank you for the welcome backs from Leo and Mars, and I see Raymond Bensler is here. I also am seeing William Bull is here. Welcome, and thank you, Richard Francis saying hello, and thanks Kevin and Scott and Sue. Went outside fast. Okay, and thanks. Grandma B and Hermione and Fluffy and all of those guys. Thank you, Piggy and Colin as well. Piggy sent me an update from what the Guardian news has put out, and the numbers are not good. It is now up to 3,800 have perished, and thank you, Julie, for the welcome back. And yeah, so Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Thank you. Wonky Donkey, I see you in here as well. Welcome. And OneFish26, good to see you. So, yeah, it's just a horrible, horrible thing in Turkey. And of course it continues on with more quakes, one after another, and it is just unfortunate that these things are happening. One of the things that I will report is some of the new quakes that are coming in are starting to be less in size. What we are seeing now is a bunch in the 3 range, even some down to 2.9. So I think things are going to slow down a little bit. I see one here from about 6 minutes ago. It was a 2.8 central Turkey. So things are getting a little better there, and that's it's a good thing that things are going to simmer down. So hopefully, you know, they'll be able to continue on with rescue efforts, and it's not going to be easy for them. We know that, and like I said, having read the reports there, that one video where they were working on rescuing the people out of one of the buildings that was half collapsed, and while the rescuers were inside, the rest of the building came down on top of them. So many people have perished, and that is just horrible. Anyway, let's get on with other things. Of course, we see what we've got going on there in Hawaii, and I just want to get over there. We'll change the view back to a live so you can see what it looks like right now. This is the Halemaumau crater there in Hawaii. It is continuing to do its thing. I think I'm going to get the other thing off of the screen here. There we go for right now. And of course this stream is still dedicated to them even if I take the banner down. Anyway, yeah, lots of lava coming up, and I wanted to mention that at points in time during the night we've seen it was probably 10 meters in height coming out of there. So it has definitely been continuing to flow a lot of lava into our 25 acre pond and doing its thing. Taking a look at some of the photos from earlier, of course this was from 11:29 a.m. Didn't look all that special, but we'll carry on here. And let's see if we can switch that a little bit so we get the full shot. There we go. Our navigator, of course, submerged, just pretty much not very much sticking up, but looks like he's got some friends now. I think there's a whole swarm of them in there. This, of course, was this from yesterday at 1840. And I wanted to point out that we did have more flow coming out of those cracks that were over here on this side, which is interesting, and something I kind of predicted, that we would see more lava trying to fill up the low areas. Also, there's a spot here which is kind of interesting as well. And I wonder if we are going to see some more lava out spills around the edges, since that area is a lot lower than this plateau that it's built up here from the constant flow. And let's refresh that one. We'll take a look at what it is there right now. Well, thanks, but no thanks. Okay, there we go. And you can definitely see our plateau area and the curvature downward, so you know this area is a lot lower around the edges. And even back here you can see quite a bit of a drop off. So that's what we've got. I don't know if so much in the back here. It seems to have tried to fill itself up quite a bit in the back, so it's not so bad there. But the far sides all the way around a lot lower than the plateaued area that it's building up, and that is kind of interesting to see. And of course, if it keeps going, that it will eventually fill that crater up. Just give it another 6 months to a year and it'll be all level, and we'll see how it goes. Anyway, let's take a look at the thermal. This one from 8:40 a.m. and unfortunately it doesn't show a heck of a lot over here, but we do still see that lighter area there, and that lava flow, of course, came out of that crack and flowed out, and that is okay. And I do still see our little pond here, as well as you can see some of the outflows that have happened, and it has changed a little bit as far as shape is concerned. We'll take a look at the refreshed image in a second. And of course, looking at this, it still looks like the level is about the same in the old lava pond. We do still see the Hornito lighting up there. We do not see any new flow here, even though in the other photo we've seen that spot over on this side. So let's refresh that, and that looks a little bit more interesting. And you can definitely see we've had some outflow from our little guy here, and it definitely has spilled out a fair amount of lava. We can definitely see we've had overflows from those very high flow rates that I was talking about earlier, and we are seeing the result of that now. And of course, even on the back side here, it's some newer lava sitting there as well, filling in those voids. And over on the left-hand side, you do see more of that outflow on that side as well. So looking down on the bottom here, though, I don't see any major flow issues down here. So that's kind of what we've got. So that gives you a pretty good idea of what's going on here. Two pineapples, welcome and aloha to you. And hitting the road. Well, why are you hitting the road? Why don't you just get in your car and drive? Safe travels to pineapples, and be good. Enjoy the trip, and will be awesome. We'll see. Are you going to run alive? Two pineapples before you run off there? You going to be running live, or what are you doing? I just curious. Getting that mobile, the mobile going. Hopefully you are. And anyway, stay safe driving on those wild roads, and don't be driving into the ocean. That is not good for you. Yes, he's headed there now. Okay, yes, live streaming at Kilauea. Awesome. 2 pineapples. Still a solo Anna on a bed rest. Okay, well, our thoughts go out to Anna, and do your stuff safely there at the Kilauea, and hopefully Anna will be better soon. All our thoughts are with you there, buddy, and just remember you're on your own, so stay safe. And on that note, yeah, that's we got to leave our Hawaiian area. We're gonna go take a look. This picture wasn't very good from this morning. Mahalo, plenty, all, and yeah, take care. 2 pineapples. Be safe, Lou, please. And let's see if we can refresh that one. There we go. That is what it is looking like now. So after our show here, of course, you can go over to 2 pineapples to get your updates for the Halemaumau crater, and of course live streaming from him. So that will be awesome. Anyway, we do still see this very large mound in here, and that looks good, and that will be interesting to see how much more that goes up and builds a little bit more. And again, here you can see in this shot, it's a downward curve to that edge, so these areas are definitely lower than this plateau that's built itself up top here. And actually here you can still see quite a bit of an angle too, so that does tell us that we have a lot of space, a lot of real estate to fill. Isn't that what's left of Pig Island? No, this is not Pig Island. That is Pig Island over here. Pig Island is over there, and it is still sticking up quite a ways out of the lava field here. So this one is a new one that popped up recently. And I think what may have happened is, some of that magma or lava got underneath and lifted some of the older crust up and kept it elevated. And then when we ended up losing all that lava in there, it built itself up a kind of a stand underneath there and sort of anchored itself. So that should be about what we've got there. Got turned around. Yeah, you're looking at it from the other side. The other side, like we normally see it from over here looking down. And the old lava pond is over behind this Pig Island. And this is a newer rock. So present vent is over there. And if we go back to the other shot, this is backwards, and it's hard to see it from here. It is right there though. This is Pig Island here, and there is the other side. So that is what we've got going on, and that's pretty cool. And of course here's the original old vent and the old Hornito that was right there. We are still seeing smoke from this area too, which is kind of weird. And looking at some of these rocks, they look like they're ready to fall in. And maybe if we get a quake or two, and then it'll happen. But anyway, that is what's happening at Kilauea right now. And hopefully 2 pineapples can throw in his stuff. Volcano mud pit. No, I don't think that any of that is mud. Definitely not mud. You wouldn't want to fall in there, that is for sure. Anyway, let's get to a couple of the other places here before we get too far behind. And I'll see if we can get over to Iceland first. And of course, there you can see what's going on in Iceland. I really do have to apologize. I'm not up on too much of what happened there. My attention was focused on Turkey and Syria. So we'll back this up a bunch of hours. And whoa, what happened there? I just had it there. There we go. It doesn't love me looking at it. Anyway, there we go. We can see the mountains in the background. Some new fresh snow covering the grass once again. So they did have more snowfall there. And that is okay. We don't mind that happening. And let's see, this is the other view from, I don't know if that's working. Yeah, looking at the airport. And there we see the airport definitely has a little bit of snow on the runway and more snow on our grass. So it's definitely been snowing there. If we back that up a bunch, we can see what it looked like earlier. And there you go. And definitely had some snow overnight. And that's kind of the view right there for now. Let's go over to this one. And, oh, is that going to come up? Nope, not working. Let's, how about this guy? We don't see a heck of a lot. Let's take a look and see if we can go back, though. We should be able to. Let's pick a nice spot. And there we go. So looking at this area, we do still see the grass exposed. And they must have had a lot more rain. We do see the water level in the lake down here has risen. That island is being submerged slowly, so definitely an increase in water. Hopefully it's not too high. I see that we've had a lot of cars over in the parking lot, so the roadway that goes through here has definitely not been washed out or anything like that. Unfortunately, the cloud is sitting so low, we are unable to see Katla in the background, but it typically is over there. And then they did have some, oh, hang on, I'm trying to see, maybe we will get a shot of Katla. No, not quite. Close, but not quite. Yeah, maybe the edges of it, but we see that coming in. And of course, that is just before evening. The likelihood of them getting more snow is very, very possible there. And let's see if we have this other one. No, we're still not able to see the one on the peninsula. It's still stuck in limbo land there, doing its buffering thing. So that one is out of the question. We'll put it back here and put it back to live. And we'll head over to, oh, I want to make that smaller, so I don't burn too much gas there, if you know what I'm saying. Harmonic tremor chart, and that one wasn't refreshed too long ago, but I will refresh it again so we can take a quick look and kind of get through that. There you go, and we've seen that we did have quite a significant drop in activity, and that is mostly tectonic. There is some magmatic action in there, but hard to differentiate between the magmatic and tectonic of these charts. And let's take a look at the other ones. We'll take a look at Grimsey first, since Fagradalfjall is fairly... oh, we passed Grimsey. There's Grimsey. Fagradalfjall, of course, being on the Reykjanes Peninsula, which is in the southwestern side of Iceland, just about at the south end. And Grimsey, of course, is way up north. And so we do see some spikes here in the Grimsey one. and that is indicating that we possibly had some quakes up there. But it too went up and down and back on the way up. So that is always a positive note. Let's take a look at the Grindavik, and there's the Grindavik chart, very similar to what we've seen at the one for Fagradalfjall, and of course Grindavik is to the southwest of the other one of Fagradalfjall. And the only last one here we'll have a look at really quickly before the break is, of course, Krusavik. And Krusavik is right there, that chart being very close to the edge. And you do see a downward decline, up and down again. So that's what we've got there. And we'll leave it as that. I am going to put you back over here on the Hawaiian one, and let you enjoy that while I take a break. So please stick around. We've got more to come. And thank you everyone for being patient, and thank you for doing your thing with the stuff for Turkey. Thanks Grandma B for sending a donation there, and to them of course, and that's all cool. And on that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I am going to go take a break. There are 2 bunnies eating right now, just so you know. And I'll be back after the break. Keep smiling. I'll be back. I'm back. Thistle, settle down. Calm down, Thistle. It's okay. Simmer down, Thistle. Be nice. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Kevin. Appreciate that. And John Raper. And let's see, who else? Trotters are dancing and keeping a are being eaten. Here's a Doc. Thanks, Sarah, and thank you, Hermione and Fluffy and Sasha, and let's see, Mars 2028 and Susie and everybody else. I hear you from Sharon Stewart, and still got to work on that. Thanks, Piggy, for the hugs. And thanks for that super chat. Your bacon has been loaded. And thanks, DJ. And all right, let's get over to the bacon seeds. And we will, hang on. You weren't supposed to see him yet. Go away, bacon. Hang on. A donkey, a jetpack. Yeah, he is in there once in a while. Anyway, that was the last one from yesterday, and we will get over to our next ones. So let's see what we got. Swoons. There you go, Piggy. Hey, Piggy, you got Kermit. You don't be going after a bacon. And anyway, there you go. Since you're still in jail, so you can't get out yet, we'll keep you there, and you won't, hey, I got a big sty. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Anyway, let's see what we've got for bacon seeds, and Piggy sent that one too, so that's her new jail picture. Anyway, she did get on that computer and did send us a few bacon seeds. So let's have a look and see what she sent us. And look at these little guys. They are very, very tiny and skinny little guys. I noticed that these all need food. Mars 2028 says, I'm going to watch the Falcon 9 launch. I'll come back later. Okay, let us know if everything went well. I'd love to see it myself. So here's some more skinny little bacon seeds. Very young though. They haven't been with Mama too much yet. So brand newy little guys, and they need to fatten up, those little guys. But they haven't been with Mama too long yet. They're just barely out of the bacon incubator. And there we go, skinny piggies. Yep, they'll get bellies on them once they get going. These are very, very young, so that is one of those things. It's very small little guys, and they will fatten up in a few days, and that is all awesome. And here's another one that is interested. He's looking at you, and he's snuffling towards the camera, smiling, and going, hey, you got any stuff for me? I'm hungry. Anyway, we'll see what we've got. And let's, oh, hey, Yvonne made it. Welcome, Yvonne. He's looking at you, pig. Here's looking at you. That is awesome. Next one, Yvonne, good to have you on board, and good evening, or hang on, morning. Good morning, Yvonne. And here's our next little bacon seed, and this guy is going, I want some bacon. No, I want some food. Gotta love it, these little guys. All awesome. So let's get to our next bacon seed. And that is this little guy, and him too is very, very young and needs to fatten up a little bit, and that is what we've got going on. So we'll get bigger bacon seeds there eventually. And let's see, next one. There we go. We got a whole Oh, how many we got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8. It's an 8-pack. There seems to be one turned around the other way there and buried. But yeah, it looks like 8 bacon seeds. What? Ooh, a thistle's ear. Other ear is nearly up. Thistle, you be good boy, or good girl, sorry. Good puppy, Thistle. Thistle, are you listening? I hope so. Anyway, that was technically the last bacon seed, but we did have a special request, of course, so we will put the other bacon seed back on there. And that, of course, is by a request from a Piggy. And there's her bacon. And drools, okay, there. Yep, typical bacon. It's a bacon. And now that's my kind of bacon. There you go, Piggy. Yeah, those little pigs do look like they are not malnourished. They're not that skinny. Wait, that other bacon is kind of skinny there. Footloose? I don't know. Anyway, we'll leave that be. Let's go over to the Azores and see what's going on there. Trotterloose. Yeah, Trotterloose. That is more like it. Anyway, there's we are on the island of St. George, one of the little villages there, and of course one of the harbors there on the island of St. George. If you say it in Portuguese, it's São Jorge. And here is, I believe, the picture of what it looks like during the day. There we go. And I did have a quick peek at. Loved him in a Terminator. The Terminator. Okay. Okay, I guess. Anyway, that is the daytime shot. The other daytime shot, of course, is that little cove we always look at. And what we look for is, of course, the waves splashing in there. But I don't think we're going to be able to see them because we are after midnight. And of course, that camera doesn't show after midnight. It was kind of a mediocre day. We do see some white water down on the bottom there. So it does tell us that, you know, it wouldn't have been that safe of a day to go out on a little boat. But hey, it is what it is. And I did, like I said, I did see it earlier. I thought, yeah, it's kind of a rough day out there. They did have some wind and stuff. Anyway, looking at what we've got there, we don't have any new quakes for today. So we had one on the 5th, but hang on, what's going on here? I'm trying to look at the dates here. Or sorry, we had 2 on the 4th. My bad. I was looking at this 5. So 2 on the 4th, but we didn't see anything else on the island of St. George. So let's go to the other map that we've got, and that is this one. I'm going to refresh it just to make sure we didn't miss out on anything that was coming in. And there is a new one. So we see 3 quakes there. Of course, is St. George. If we zoom in just a tiny bit, we can see it better. There we go. And let's get rid of that ad. There we go. So the island of St. George, Pico Island right there, Fayal Island, Terceira right there. And here's this quake 4 hours ago. And it is a 2.4, 5 kilometers down. And that came in at 21:39 GMT. And then we go down here by San Miguel, and we see 8 hours ago we had a 2.2, 5 kilometers down in depth from 1708. And the other one is 17 hours ago, 8:35 GMT, and 2.3 in magnitude. So that gives you a pretty good idea of what we've got going on there. And just zooming out a little bit, we do see a little bit more of the area, just so you can tell where the Azores are. There's Iceland, of course, the Reykjanes Ridge all the way out here, and then we get into the Mid-Atlantic Ridge all the way through, and then of course the East Azores Fault heading towards the gates of Gibraltar there. So let's don't be doing that, DJ. No calling names to bot or anyone else. Okay, donuts are okay, but you got to spell it right. Not that spelling. Donuts. DOUGHNUTS, or something like that. Where's the beef? I have no idea. We only had a bacon in here. Anyway, that's what we've got for the Azores right now, unfortunately. No, not like that. Donuts. You'll catch on one day. You'll catch on one day. Let's go over to Popocatepetl and see what it was doing. And apparently it supposedly erupted very early this morning, in the wee hours or something like that, but I missed it, and unfortunately we didn't have anything. So that is what the problem is. But let's back up a little bit, see if we can find any major pops. And let's see, this one here, really not anything too exciting. This was 10 minutes after 6 p.m. Their time, or 1810, and that looks pretty gassy to me, if you ask that. And let's see where we got here. We did have some intermittent cloud in here, so it's a little tough to see what was going on, and I'm just trying to find a clear spot before the clouds or a prominent eruption. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, again, this is hard to tell what it is, and this looks like just regular cloud sitting right over top of it. It could have been a little bit from the volcano, but not that bad. Night, Dr. Fox. Okay, Piggy, you take care and try to get some sleep, and just be aware that things could happen, and hopefully you will get some shut-eye and everything will be safe there. And good night, Piggy, and hugs and all that. Anyway, that was from 12:35 today, around noonish for them. And let's back up a little bit more. We'll see what else we had. Earlier this morning there, about 10 a.m., we've seen a little plume come out, nothing too much. And let's see, going back a little bit more, let's see if we can get into the wee hours of the morning here. I know there really wasn't anything that I seen, and I totally missed any kind of a decent pop. And this is allowing us to go back about 13 hours and 22 minutes and back to 5:55 a.m. and I didn't see anything popping at that point. So yeah, we don't have too much there. Let's go. Oh, hey, we have a UFO. It's going there. It's moving quick. This one's zipping across there fairly quickly. And yep, definitely a UFO on that cam. There's another one going the opposite direction, slowly though. That might be a satellite, but this guy's moving awful fast. Get your calculators out. You can see how much time it's taking to get across the screen. I'm kidding. He's doing Mach 8. You can't catch him, no matter what you do. And let's put that back on live, and there we go. Next one we want to investigate, of course, is oh, look, all these people over here on the lights on the edge of Fuego. And Fuego, of course, is in Guatemala. And let's see if we have any kind of eruptive plumes. Here the candle is lit, this guy's being a very brave coming that far out. We do see the occasional pop that throws lava bombs to about here. So not a good place for him to be. That one was kind of a dull pop. It didn't really show that much. Darn it. Okay, let's go back a little bit more, see if we have any other ones. And I know it was hiding in the clouds earlier, and they redid the stream though, so it was kind of they shut it off and reset it. It was hard to see. Yeah, this was from 1833 or 6:30 p.m. their time. And going back a little bit more, I don't know if this is, no, that's not an eruption. That was kind of a boring thing. Clouds in the background, and let's see, we can only go back about 4 or 5 hours here. Most of it was battling the clouds, and I think they had lost a signal a couple of times. Yeah, even going back here, this gets us to 1441 or 2:41 in the afternoon. Not seeing a heck of a lot. Very little plume there at 1427, and just expediting it by going ahead of 5 seconds at a time. Very, very thin plume though coming out of that base. So I don't know if something may have collapsed in the caldera and created a very tiny vent all of a sudden, but prior to that, not a heck of a lot coming out of there. We do have this guy here from 1341, and it was just a small puff. So nothing major there, and that's all good. And let's leave that be. We're gonna shrink that one again. I gotta do the same thing with this. We'll go over to this shot. This, of course, a little further south, and that's a Messiah volcano. That was from earlier today at 12:50, just after lunch. And we'll see what it looks like right now. And there is a decent glow of lava down on the bottom of that caldera. So nice to see that it is glowing, and hopefully it will be okay. And all good. We do have a report on Popocatepetl. We do want to, this was I think from Sunday at 9:30 a.m. is when it popped. Give you a bigger shot there. That is Popocatepetl in Mexico. Of course, that is 70 kilometers south of Mexico City. So that was probably the one that Yvonne was referring to, that Popo had a little bit of a output, and there we go. That is the plume. 9:36 a.m. on Sunday, and that would have been technically yesterday our time. Here is Sentinel-2, true color composite with IR highlights involved. And of course, that gives you the shot looking down on top of Popocatepetl from up in space. And that is actually a nice shot. We do like that. So very cool to see. And if we continue on with that, it shows you where Popocatepetl is located. And of course, there's some guy digging up some dirt. He's looking for stuff. I think he lost his coins or something, or I don't know what he's looking for. And look at this one. He's got some petrified lava rock. Yeah, that's all cool. I like this bridge work here in the background. That is pretty awesome. Michael Olson, thank you very kindly for that wonderful super chat. It is a break time. We are going to do that, and thank you very kindly, Michael. Michael Olson, thanks for the $10 super chat. That is awesome, and appreciate it. I'm going to have a Pepsi on you, sir. Just want to see if they had any more other neat pictures here before we go away. And there's some lava Oh, they built walls out of the lava. That's pretty cool. And we're back to that. So let's leave it there. Let's go back and leave it on Hawaii while we're doing that. And thank you kindly for the super chat, Michael. And I am going to go take a break. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button and you're enjoying the show, please do give it a quick bop. Also, if you're sitting on the outside as a lurker looking in, please do take a look and hit that subscribe button, and don't forget to hit the bell notification if you feel we've earned it. Good night to Yvonne Kogel, going back to sleep. Have a great day/night, everyone, and enjoy the rest of the show. See you later. Good night, Yvonne, and take care of yourself. And we'll see you when, I guess, probably tomorrow morning or later, whenever you get up. All right. Here comes some music, and I'm going to take my break. I'll be back. Keep smiling and play nice in the lava, okay? I'll be back. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. And of course, I'm your host, DrFox2000 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And you are watching a VolcanoX on live stream. And yeah, pretty awesome stuff going on there at our wonderful Helemauma crater there in Hawaii. That is, of course, Kilauea. And we can see some of that lava bubbling up very nicely, and a few little extra spots that are kind of spurting up. Makes you wonder what the heck is going on there. But thank you for the welcome backs from Kevin and Sue and Sasha, and Thor says, good evening, Dr. Fox, and chat. I came in just in time to be like number 100. Awesome, and thank you, Thor. And Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. And then Wonky Donkey is waving, says, darn it, eyelids are falling. So good night, everyone. Okay, and Wonky Donkey, good night. And awesome. And I think we got everybody. Oh, Canon Askus Country says, welcome back, Dr. Fox 2000. All right, cool. And let's get going with the rest of what we've got. So, popping over, next guy on our list, of course, is Merapi, M-E-R-A-P-I, Merapi. And of course, let's take a little closer look at what's going on. We do see the thermal is showing a little bit of lava there, but it's hard to tell or see because of these cloudy things here. And that is a dihydrogen monoxide in vaporous form. In other words, clouds. H2O and water. Yeah, just fluffy water. Fluffy water, that's what it is, fluffy water. Anyway, let's put that on a little closer up view, and we'll go back and see what we were seeing earlier. And, ooh, a spaceship sitting on top of the volcano, and another one passing by. Oh no, that's a lenticular cloud, sorry. Almost had me convinced. Let's go back a little bit further in time and see what else we were seeing. Oh, cloudy conditions. And more lenticular clouds sitting on top. And that is pretty cool. But right here, I think we've seen a speck of lava. Just a tad. Let's back that up just a little bit and see if we can see if it had kind of any kind of an eruption when it popped. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, let's leave it right there and see, just run that through. This, of course, it looks fairly light, and that is because the moon is out. You can actually see some lava flow over there on the other shot. If we go back to the widescreen with all of them, you can see that little bit of lava dribbling down there. That is actually what you're seeing on the thermal cam there and on this one. And now you can see it there, so let's make that bigger. And you can see the lovely lava coming down the hill. So pretty cool, pretty awesome, and nice to see at least a little bit of that bacon coming down. And that is awesome. Wow, those clouds are beautiful. Yep, thanks, Julie. I made them myself. I'm kidding. And they like to form up top on the volcano. And of course, what it is you've got cold pressure, cold air from the top pushing downward, and of course the hot air coming out of the volcano and the surrounding top of the caldera pushing upward, and that the temperature really is the key there. What ends up happening is it kind of forms a hat over it, and basically makes it look like a funny looking cloud. So lenticular cloud is what they are. Tom Dice says, I'm done. Good night all. Stay safe. Good night, Tom, and you have yourself a very good evening. and sleep well, and scratch a pepper behind the ear for us, and we'll see you tomorrow. And thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Okay, yeah, some lightning going on there in the area as well. Of course, they were still having more storms, so not a surprise. There you can see some of that flickering, and yeah, it is the season there. Of course, they've got all kinds of thunderstorms and the like. So, going back a little bit more, we will take a look here and see. There was more lenticular cloud formation happening, as I just mentioned, of course, with the volcano being hotter up in the top and that colder air. It ends up kind of layering on top of it. Unfortunately, it takes our visibility away from the cone, and there's a very decent looking double Chinese hat, if you will. I think that's what they call them, Chinese. I don't know. The ones you see them wearing in the rice fields. Ooh, some lightning in the background as well. That is pretty cool. And if we go back a little bit more of that lenticular cloud formation, and that is in layers. So pretty cool to see that. And yep, a stormy for sure in that area. And here's a different version of it a little earlier. That was from 2220 their time. And that, of course, is Merapi. And that is in central Java, or sorry, yeah, central Java in Indonesia. Next volcano we're going to take a peek at will be out here at, that is Mount Ruapehu. Well, actually, that's not Mount Ruapehu. That's a bunch of clouds. We're not able to see Mount Ruapehu. It's hiding. Yep, a cloudiness, and no matter what we do, yep, I don't think we're going to see it. No, it's done. It's hiding. It's gone. The clouds have. Oh, hang on. We see a little bit right there. We almost see Mount Ruapehu. Just a tiny little sliver of it. Hang on, let's look if we switch that. There you go. Oh, we see more of it now. 2 slivers. So that is snow on there, not lava. I wish it was lava. That would make it glow a whole bunch. But that is what we see of Mount Ruapehu, and not too much else right now, unfortunately. So let's put that back on live. And there we go, and that is what we've got. Winds 18, no, what is it? A temperature 19.8 there at Mount Ruapehu, and winds 18.4 kilometers per hour, and rainy. That was the report. So let's carry on. We will go to, we'll make that smaller and go back to this one. This, of course, is the chart. I gotta update it. And it is, that is all good. Let's make it bigger, and we can see the activity. Looks like we've got very little tremor activity or anything like that, so no major ground shaking or nothing, and I think we're pretty safe there. So I don't think that volcano is going to erupt, but that is Taupo, or Taupur, depending on how you say it. And let's go to the other one here, and of course this is the shot from the Suncor Hotel and Conference Center, and you can see the lake there, and of course the lake is the caldera for Taupo, and we can now almost see behind there is where Ruapehu is, right in the back underneath, behind that hill. And it's way in the back there, but not so visible right now. It does look like a semi-cloudy day there, sunshine right now. That's not so bad. At least it's not raining for those good folks. And let's get over to our next one, which will be another cloudy view, and that, of course, is going to be our no, is it Simiru. Sorry, Simiru. How about that? We'll try Simiru, and that works. And we'll back that up and see if we can see it out of the clouds there somewhere. And no, not very good in that shot. Let's see what else we got. Hang on, there it is, just for a second in between the clouds. We do see it there. Unfortunately, not a heck of a lot of visibility, and most of it was cloud work. We do have to hunt for the spots where we could actually see it, and we are unable to see any lava flows or anything like that due to the cloud factor. And that happens quite often during the rainy season, so not much we can do with it. And this is about as far back as we can go from 9:07 p.m. their previous day there. And again, the cloud sitting right on top, so we can't see a darn thing. Let's leave that one be. We'll click that back to live. That is a present picture at 8:48 their time, 8:49. And let's double check and see if we if Madam Rutsa is live. No Taupur, no Taal. That's what I wanted to say. No Taal volcano. So we're short Taal volcano. Let's pop this over to the next place on our agenda, and of course that is Sakurajima there in Japan. And Sakurajima, of course, not doing a heck of a lot. The ice cream boats aren't here right now. We'll double check for those. This, of course, a little bit a closer up view. And we see some clouds moving in there as well, so very, very difficult to see anything when that is happening. And if we go back a ways, this brings us to about 7:11 a.m. We do see those clouds moving in, so very difficult to see if there is any off-gassing. We do have some birds flying, that is pretty cool, and they are floating around there, so pretty awesome. There's another one way up there. Oh, he's dropping. Anyway, let's pop back and see if we see anything coming out of this thing during the night. No, very poor visibility, and just, you know, weather doesn't permit it all the time, so that's kind of what we're looking at right now. That's 55 minutes after midnight their time. And of course the moon was out lighting everything up on top, but we don't see a darn thing as far as lava output or even the off-gassing being hidden by the clouds. So let's put that forward. The other shot, this is live, of course, and again you can see that cloud sitting right on top of the volcano. This is Sakurajima. And just a different angle. I do like the palm trees in the foreground, though. Very, very nice. All right, next one on our list, not showing, and why? Let's find out why that one is stopped. Oh, that is supposed to be live. There we go. Here's the problem. It's raining there. Great weather if you're a duck. And of course that is supposed to be the volcano called ASO, ASO, and ASO sand is hiding in the rain. It usually lives back here. Usually we can see the plumes of steam coming out of it, but we're not able to today. So let's leave it. It is a ducky. Yep, ducky weather, and that happens. And not much we can do. This is a nice shot, though. It looks more than a ducky situation. I like that. Palm trees, always nice when you see those. I like palm trees, you guys. Making these smaller again, so we got a little bit more horsepower. And let's go over to our next one. And we are getting there fairly late, but that is Yellowstone. Yellowstone National Park in the United States. and that is in Wyoming for the most part, but also a little bit in Idaho as well as Montana. We are looking at the parking lot. It was not that great a weather there today. And of course, Yellowstone, they do run the live feed all the time, and you are welcome to go to that site. It's beautiful during the day. You can really see a lot of stuff. They do have over 500 active geysers, and of course, they also show the buffalo, as well as the occasional bear traipsing across there, and some wolves maybe, and Sasquatches, and other things like humans. But that's all we've got for those. And let's go back to our earthquake map for today. And we'll take a look at, well, let's use the other map for right now. We already talked about what was happening there in Turkey, and they continue to have multiple earthquakes there in our area there of Turkey, and the latest one that is showing is a 4.1 Guksan, Turkey, Turkey, and it is just incredible the amount of quakes that they've had. Of course, the biggest ones were down here, the original ones, and of course this is mostly the East, what do they call it? The East Anatolian fault, and that is that latest one. So a lot of tragedy happening there. Some of these are huge. That is 6.0 right there, the 6.7, the 7.8 right there. This one, of course, 7.5. So many buildings destroyed, and many people lost their lives, and it is unfortunate. On this map, we don't see so much of what they don't report so much over here, whereas if we use the other map, and I'm going to refresh this one real quick to take a look here, and we take a look and see what is in Piggy's area. So they did have one out here on Rhodes, a 4.7. Piggy did feel that. She definitely felt that 3.1. That's about 25 kilometers away from her, not very far. And then, of course, this 3.4 over here, she felt that. The other little one here, 2.6, she did not feel. So that is what we've got in that area. But of course, the major news is the swarming of all the other ones. Even out here near Cyprus, we do see a 4.8 and then a 3.8. So that is kind of what's going on. And we see more in the water here, 4.5. And likely a lot of stuff going on there still in those ones. Anyway, I don't want to drag on that too much. Let's go back to the other one. We're going to zoom it out, and we'll take a look for other quakes around the world. Now, one of the things that I was concerned with, or had mentioned, we should be seeing the antipod to those quakes in Turkey over here somewhere. And the antipod, if you go poke right through the earth, it should be down just somewhere here close to Easter Island, coming out about this point. We haven't seen any major quakes there. We do see this one, 5.0 on the Pacific Rise, the East Pacific Rise, and it's really not anything too major. Quick peek into Hawaii. We're not going to go through all of these, but I just wanted to show a few. We do have one out here, 2.1. From yesterday at 21, 41.7 kilometers down. This one not too far away from Kilauea, and that is 1.2 though. Happened 57 minutes after midnight, 13.5 kilometers down. And then we've got some various ones here in the Pahala area, that one being the bigger one, 3.2. in size from 2:39 a.m., 35 kilometers down. There's another 3.3. That is, I guess, the bigger one. That's yesterday, so at 19:30. Gives you a little bit of an idea what's going on there. So we are seeing continuous quakes in those areas. We don't see anything major around it, so I'm going to leave those guys be. Let's get back over on the west coast of the Canadian and United States coast here in North America. We do see 4.4 at what is it? Oaxaca, Mexico, 30.9 kilometers down for that 4.4 from 10:33. Don't see too much down here in Chile. We do have a few little ones, 3.9 in Peru from yesterday at 20:07, and then this one here, 4.3 in Chile from 48 minutes after midnight, 94.1 kilometers down. And then another one stacked on top of the previous one there in Argentina, 4.7 and 198.2 kilometers down for that, 4.7 from 14:34. And the 4.2 here from 11:13, 107.2 kilometers down for that guy. Sliding over, we got the Pacific Rise one there. And like I say, we should be seeing more quakes in this general area as the antipod for what's happening there in Turkey, and we have not seen anything there, so kind of wondering about that. Anyway, 4.7 Kermadec Island area, Kermadec Ridge, yesterday at 19:06. And then we've got this guy here, 5.1 from 1922, also yesterday. And this one up here in the Samoa Islands, and that is from 10:32 there. So sea quakes, yeah, we don't see any quakes, Sasha. If we see the quakes, they put little dots on the screen. Get it? Never mind. Bad humor. Bad humor. All right. So we don't see quakes. Anyway, 4.9 Indonesia from 11 minutes after midnight, 343.2 kilometers down for him. And this one not too far away from Krakatau. Maybe it'll wake it up. 5.5 from 17:35. And I know it is a break time, so what we will do is we'll take a break right there. Oh, hang on, we'll get this last one here, 4.7 Indonesia at 42 minutes after midnight as well, 10 kilometers down for that, 4.7. We'll start again here in Taiwan and work the rest of the world, and we'll see what we can do after the break. Don't go away. And for those good people who are here, if you haven't yet hit the like button, please help us out. Give it a quick bop. And also, if you have not yet subscribed and you're sitting out on the outside, it's lurking in, please do subscribe if you are enjoying the show. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to take a break here, 5, 6, or 7 minutes thereabouts. And I will be back, and then we'll carry on with some more quakes, and then some SO2 stuff after that, and then the weather. So don't go away, keep smiling, and I'll be back. I'm going to put you over, throw you into Kilauea. No, I'm going to just pop that out on the screen. I'll be back, you guys. Don't go away. Thanks. go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. And thanks for the welcome backs from Sue and Kevin. Ken in Aska's country. Kevin went to sleep, I think. And thank you, Oz, for gifting that membership, and congratulations, Julie, for getting it. And thanks, Sasha and Mars. How was the launch, Mars? And I hear you, DrFox2000. Oink, oink. From Sharon Stewart. I gotta love it. Anyway, glad to have you all here still, and thank you for sticking around. We wanted to take a look and see what else we've got for what were we doing? Quakes. We need to get back to our quake map, and let's get over there and see what we had. So, let's, we're on the quake map. Zoom in. And the last place we checked, of course, was this guy here. So we got that 4.7 in Indonesia. We'll close him, and we'll continue going up, and we'll see what else we've got. So nothing major in the Philippines. Up in Taiwan, we see a 4.8 from 1320, 20.6 kilometers down. Up here in the Japanese islands, we see a 4.2. They call that northeast of Taiwan, and that must be out in the waters and not near one of the islands. Anyway, that one came in yesterday at 2032, 126.9 kilometers down. And we don't see anything up on the Kamchatka Peninsula, nothing over here in China as to speak of. We do see this one up here in Kazakhstan, that is 4.6. Came in at 6:02 a.m. and that was 7.2 kilometers down. And of course, we know what's going on here in Turkey. We've spent a lot of time at the beginning of the show going over the horrific scenes. And there's the latest one there, that 4.1 from 1829. That is 10 kilometers down. Of course, that is pretty wild to see that. And of course, on the other map, you could really see they do show a lot more on the other map, and sometimes harder to see if you don't zoom in a little bit. But it is just a mess as far as the amount of quakes that were happening there. And largest one, of course, being that 7.8, then the first aftershock 6.7, and multitudes and multitudes of others, and that includes a 7.5 up and a little further north, and a bunch of 5s and 5.5s. There's some 6s in here as well that I don't recall exactly where they were, but lots of quakes. There's over 150 quakes in that area, many of them above 5 in magnitude, and it is unfortunate for those people in those regions. This one here even being a 5. So anyway, we're going to leave that alone, and of course some around where Piggy was, and even seeing a couple quakes on Mount Etna, 3.7 just beside Mount Etna. And then a couple of smaller ones. They're 2.5. There's actually a 2 there, and this other one here, another 2.5. So two 2.5s, and those were yesterday's. And then this one also yesterday's, not 3.7. Gonna leave them alone. 6 kilometers down, right beside the Mount Etna. So kind of interesting to see that. This map doesn't, this map shows a few more than the other ones do on occasion. I did see this one up here. It wasn't reported by USGS, but that was from yesterday, 3.4, right near Svalbard. And that, of course, being part of the mid-Atlantic ridge, so that gives you a pretty good idea. Let's go over to our wonderful aloha, Kathy. By the way, nice to see you. And let's see, the launch was beautiful and highly successful. A new satellite will help Caribbean islands communicate after hurricanes, among other functions. That is great. Good night from William Bowl, and good night, William. Take care, sleep well, lovely dreams. Our truck was found. It's nearby. It was stolen a Friday morning. Happiness. Ah, that is awesome, Kathy, that your truck was found, and hopefully it's in a good condition, that nothing happened to it. Here we go, 2.5 from yesterday, not going to worry about that one. In the Canary Islands, of course. This one, yesterday's as well, 2.5, and there's another one here. That's 2 days ago now. Let's zoom into La Palma, see what we've got for recent quakes. And they are indicating a 2 from the 6th. And this one is, well, it's beyond the lava flow to the north of it. from our Cumbre Vieja, that is, 4.06, 5 kilometers down for him. The other one is offshore slightly at 0.7, so nothing major, 4:50 a.m. and 9 kilometers down. So really easy going there, and not going to worry about that. Let's take a look at our volcano map. It's refreshing, and that is good. And there we go. Let's get rid of the advertisements, and we'll take a look here if we zoom in a little bit. Of course, I really didn't see any major changes anywhere, and we'll just double check. Villarica is still there, and then we've got Lascar is still there, Sabancaya, nobody's taken it, Sangay is still there, Cotopaxi is still working, Cerro Negro there, per se, and Nevada del Aruz is still intact and doing its thing. Fernandina being all lonely out there in the Galapagos Islands. Maybe Wolf Volcano will come back and keep it company. And let's see, these other ones, Messiah, Tolica, San Miguel, no, Fuego, of course, and Santiaguito. I haven't heard anything more about if there was any major lava flows coming out of that yet, but we'll keep an eye open. Popocatepetl, of course, and our two over here, Pele, and of course Soufriere de Guadalupe, and that is what we've got out there. So Hawaii still has Kilauea and Mauna Loa. Mauna Loa still yellow? Yeah, it is. We can see it hiding underneath there. And of course Taupo and White Owl Volcano, both yellows, and Tofua and Tonga still there. And of course Yasur, Epi, and Eoba and Gawa still there in Vanuatu. No changes there in Papua New Guinea, and I don't see any changes anywhere here in the Indonesian theater either, so that is all pretty normal. Ibu and Dakono still doing their thing, and this Karangstang? Yeah, I like Tang. Okay. Kalanon, Kalanon. Something like that. Kalaon. Anyway, Bulusan and Mayon are still there, and then of course Taal, that was so short. Ahai still an orange, and Iwo Jima still there as a yellow, and Nishimoshima still a yellow. Suwanoshi Jima still active, and his friends Sakura Jima, and there's ASO, of course, for those who needed to know, and that is in the Kumatomo prefecture, if I got it right. Hopefully that is correct. Zooming back out, looking at further up the ladder here. We don't see anything else till we get up to Chikarachki and Ibiko. And then, of course, we still don't see Karimsky on here, and Karimsky was putting out a bunch of SO2, so I don't know, somebody's lagging maybe. Bezimiani and Shivlish are still doing their thing, and of course we've got our friend Asemi and Takawanga and great Sitkans out there in, and you know, every time I try to get pictures of these, it's always covered with snow on the lenses and stuff like that, so very hard to get some shots. Let's see, Erebus is still down there and active. Heard Island volcano still a yellow, and looking at our guys here are still doing their thing at Madagascar, and our African friends are still there as well. Gonna leave them be, and there's Etna, Volcano, Stromboli, and Campi, of course. So having said all those, let's go through our list of the activity and that we've seen today. And let's see, where is it? Volcano report. So Fuego, it says VA emissions observed to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters at 15:30, and that is today. Also a frequent VA emissions to 13,000 feet for 4,000 meters at 1:15 a.m. Shivlish VA is not identifiable in a satellite imagery, and that was at 12 noon. A possible eruption to 16,000 feet or 4,900 meters from 4:30 this morning. Chikaratsky not identifiable in satellite imagery at 12. Possible emissions observed to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters at 3:15 a.m. Santiaguito, the one we just talked about there, VA emissions continue to 15,000 feet, 4,300 meters, 8:30 a.m. Also emissions observed to 13,000 feet, 4,000 meters at 2:30. And Popocatepetl, we already looked at that report there. And then, of course, Suwanoshijima erupted to 6,000 feet, and that was at 45 minutes after midnight. So we got the stuff from Sunday already. I think a lot of it. Popocatepetl did up to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters at 23:45. Ibico had an output there to 12,000 feet from yesterday at 23:10, and that would have been, let's see, Sangay observed to 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters at 2300. Shivlish explosive activity continues, 13,000 feet or 4,000 meters. Nevado del Arroz, VA emissions observed to 22,000 feet or 5,000 meters at 20:15 yesterday. And yesterday from Chikaratsky we observed at 9,000 feet or 2,700 meters, and it says 20, that must be at 20:55, not 29:55. I don't think we got that many hours in there, but it's got to be at 20. That's got to be a typo. I think the 9 got in there instead of the 0, but that's okay. Sabinkaya, unable to detect at 1900. So that is kind of that. Thank you, Sue, for those. And let's carry on with taking a look at our SO2. Yeah, I figure, you know, there is no 29 hours, but that's okay. It's got to be a typo. It happens. I do that too, you know. And let's see what we got here. Believe it or not, they had a 24-minute commercial on Popocatepetl. Just looking at that going, why is there a guy yakking? And I thought they changed their channel or something. Anyway, let's take a look and let's see if we can refresh this. And looks like Tuesday I'm going to get some snow. Big changes, same price, a premium upgrade. No, I don't need that, thank you. We're fine with what we've got. I don't need premium. This is absolutely beautiful as is. And windy.com, of course, is what we're using for our SO2 map. First thing I notice over here, and this is what I was kind of referring to, this is going to be coming from Karimsky, and I don't know what else it could be coming from, because the other ones are further north. Bezimiani and Shivelish are up here. So what's going on here with this big plume? That has got to be a Karimsky, and well, that's Karimsky and not showing anything there. So I wonder, is there somebody else that is in the picture? That's kind of weirdish. We'll maybe have to take a look at that later. Anyway, looking at most of North America, not bad at all. Looks like Canada's doing pretty good. Looks like it eased up here in the central portions. That includes Ontario and some of the states. Not so bad, and down in the lower states, a lot better looking as well. We are still seeing a fair amount of SO2 off the coast here, but the rain is trying to do its thing. And I forgot, or you forgot me. Who forgot you, Kathy? Kathy, nice to see you, Doctor. Oh, I said, didn't I say welcome, or Kathy? Aloha, Kathy. Sometimes I think I say things, but I forgot. But aloha, Kathy. Glad to have you on board. Looking at what we see, Mexico City, and of course that would be our wonderful volcano there. And that is Popocatepetl putting out that bad cloud, and at least it's not going across the Gulf of Mexico anymore. It's heading out into the water a little bit and coming back cleaned up just a tad. A little easier coming from, looks like that might be a very Robedo. We'll get it. Mr. Del Ruz over here. Navedo Del Ruz. And what we're seeing is not so bad today. And looking at most of our Chilean guys, they're being dragged out into the Pacific. So not so bad for the people in Argentina. And that doesn't look too bad for the rest of that area. Do want to remind everyone the stuff we see here in South America, of course, or sorry, Antarctica, I should say, not South America. Hey, Debbie Brady is here. Welcome and aloha to you as well. Anyway, that is caused from the SO2 that was trapped by snow. And of course, as the snow is melting on the ice caps and water edges and so on, the SO2 is released once again. And that's what caused those clouds. White Isle volcano continuing a little bit there. Leo doesn't have a barbecue going today. We know that. It's only the refinery doing its thing. And then here in wonderful north of Sydney, wonderful Australia, New South Wales area, I guess is what they call that. Not too bad there. We do see the coking plants are continuing to do their thing. Tofua still doing its thing. A lot less here in Vanuatu today, which is probably good. Not seeing too much from our wonderful Papua New Guinea area either. And then we do see kind of the same thing as always from our Java and the Indonesian areas here. That includes over on Sumatra, where we have Karimsky. No, is it? No, hang on. Is it not? It's not Karimsky. It's hang on. I'll get it. we got Merapi, and darn it, now the other one is getting to me. What is it? Boy, my mind is not working today. Currency, it is currency. So, okay, currency. Thanks, Sue. I'm glad you can think. Oh, don't know what I'd do without you. Anyway, there we got Ibu and Dakono still doing their thing. And Taal is likely producing a fair amount still as well. And looking at what we see in China and those places, pretty nasty SO2. Same thing with what we see coming out of Taiwan. Actually, it's not as bad as yesterday. And then down here, Sakurajima, and of course this area being done by Suwanosejima down here, Sakurajima up here. And we don't see anything from ASO. If there is, it's very little and very hard to detect. We see that pluming across here, though, across the Sea of Japan, and that's coming from all kinds of areas here, North Korea and China mainly, from what I see. And like I said, this up here, this has got to be something coming from one of our volcanoes. We're going to have to see why we don't have it from our charts. Anyway, I don't see too much else going on. It looks a little lighter there in South Africa and the DR Congo area. Zipper earthquakes are unreal. Yep, that's what we call it, zipper effect from there. No, it's not Chikaratsky. We'll go back there for a second. It's got to be Karimsky. I mean, the other two are down here. Okay, so I really don't know where that is from, Sue. It's hard to tell. Like, it almost looks like it's coming. Yeah, it's got to be Karimsky, unless one of the other ones popped. That's down here, because our Shivalish and the other two are up here. Bezimiani and Shivalish are up that area, right? So that's got to be down here, unless there's something going on here and I can't see. You know, this is like really flowed out. This is pretty darn heavy. So what's causing it? You know, that's the kind of the weird thing. And I don't know, kind of weird. And when we look at the picture of Kamchatsky, they call it Kamchatsky, we don't see anything coming from that one. We do see some emissions coming from this one, Kizimen volcano. We do see a little bit there, but I don't think it's responsible for all that. So kind of weird. It's really kind of weird. But anyway, let's leave the SO2 report alone. It is time for me to take another break, so I'm going to do that. And we will put this back on Hawaii for right now. And yep, 'tis weird. And it makes you wonder, things that make you go, Anyway, back to our wonderful Kilauea in Hawaii. I'm going to go take another break. So don't go away, you guys. And Grand Zed, you are welcome to lurk. Lurk. And have a lava cookie in the lava lounge. And then you'll be okay. I'll be back in 5 or 6 minutes or thereabouts for those good people who are here. After the break, of course, we will have the weather. So keep smiling, be nice, play nice in the lava fields. And then I will be back. Hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you're new, sitting on the outside and enjoying the show, please do consider hitting the subscribe button if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And we're getting on in the show. Thank you for the welcome back there, Sue. And I know a few people are already gone to bed and things like that over in Europe. Thanks, Sasha. And let's see, yeah, really good to see that Kathy got her, that they found her truck. It can't be hard to find a truck there in Hawaii. I mean, you can't go anywhere with it other than on Hawaii. And Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000, oink, oink. Something like that. I still want to hear you singing it with your quartet or whatever you got going on there. You got to send me a recording, and that'll be awesome. Okay, let's get back over to our SO2, and I will finish it now, since we were looking at Africa, and I never did finish. So, DR Congo, or yeah, Democratic Republic of the Congo. Approximately, we're very good. Oh, I hope that's not how you sing. That would put me into a different league altogether, I guess. And of course, we are not seeing too much from our RTVE there. We do see the oil refineries doing their thing. Sorry, I interrupted with Kamchatka Peninsula stuff. Oh, and that's what it was. Sue, you distracted me. It was like a squirrel. Oh, anyway, oil refineries from those places that we see the heavy plumes from there in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Baghdad area there in Iraq and so on. Not seeing anywhere near as much output from Mount Etna and that area, so that is a good thing. Yep, those squirrels get me every time, Sue. You know, as soon as I see one, I'm completely gone. I don't know, I like animals, and that's the way it works. And Julie put a couple of bunnies in there. I looked out during the break, looked out the window to see if I could see any, and out my kitchen window, and did see one of the bunnies sitting in the parking lot. So just resting and relaxing. And of course, this is the time of evening that a lot of people are walking their dogs on the sidewalks. So good safe place is in the parking lot for the bunnies. And they know how to get out of the way for cars. Anyway, that is what we've got there. Looking at most of Spain and France, not bad. Germany got a little bit more of that SO2. And same thing with some of the other countries there, Poland and Chechnya and Slovakia, etc. They are getting a little bit higher levels of SO2, as well as over here in the Ukraine and so on. And so let's leave those be. We do see some from England welling up here, but must be raining here, washing the air. And we see that stuff that's actually coming all the way across from well, it's going across Nova Scotia as well, but Newfoundland, and getting all the way up almost to Iceland, giving them a little higher level. So hopefully that is finished now. We also do see a larger plumes up there as well. And I do want to add, same thing as what we're seeing in South America, or south side of the planet Antarctica. We are going to start seeing that up in the Arctic as well. Some of that snow is going to start melting, and we will see a continuance of that. Hey, is that peanut for a squirrel? Anyway, that is pretty awesome. Let's go over to the weather map. We'll take a look, and we see the cold is starting to retreat northward. that is a good sign. That means the sun is shining a little bit more up in the northern areas, and the daylight is starting to become prevalent for those people in the north. Looking at what we've got here, Alaska still looks pretty cold though, and what she called a 5-0, and they said that they need more intelligent police officers. 5-0? Oh, 5-0 is pretty good, aren't they? Anyway, looking at what we've got here in British Columbia, fairly warm. Alberta looked like it warmed up a whole bunch as well. And 6 or 7 there in Vancouver. And out there for Bob out in the Rock, about 6 or 7 as well, if not a little bit warmer. Edmonton still sitting at about 3 degrees, 5 degrees down in Calgary. And then, of course, if we go to Swift Current, they are still sitting at -5 and -4. So somewhere in that ballpark, -8 over in Regina. We get over to Winnipeg, they've got some of that warm air being pushed up there as well. So they got lucky. Northern Ontario, not so bad. The low here, I guess, is pulling that cold back up right now, not pushing it down. And we see not bad around the Great Lakes, places like Chicago, 2 degrees today. A little colder in Detroit. London coming in at -3, and we are seeing a -3 in Toronto as well. Going up the St. Lawrence Seaway, -11, -12 there in Montreal. Quebec coming in at a burr of -14. And we see -20 degree temperatures up in the northern end of New Brunswick. Southern side looks like a 3, 4 and upward, a -3 or 4 and upward. Cole Harbour probably coming in at -2, not bad, -3 in Halifax. So looks pretty good there. And this low here, it should be moving up and giving them a more warmer weather, but you can see it's definitely created a nasty shear line. The guys out here in Newfoundland are getting that warmer temperature on the south tips of the island, but on the top we're still seeing a -18, 19, and 20 on that Celsius scale. Not so good. Labrador, on the other hand, is got that same fate as what Quebec has, with some of the temperatures dipping down to about -40. A little warmer in Labrador, but not by much. Going over to the west side of the U.S., we see Portland coming in at about 8 degrees. Eugene about 7 right now. Redding is a place where I was looking. It's kind of a nice place. 9 degrees there right now. And what do we normally grab? San Jose here at 10 degrees. San Francisco about 10 or 11 as well. And going down to Los Angeles, 15 degrees Celsius. Death Valley be somewhere around 17, 18. We see some spots all the way up to about 20, 21 there. That's not bad for them. 11 over here in Las Vegas. 13 out there in Phoenix, 14 in Mexicali. A little cooler over here in Tucson, and they are at 9. What's Flagstaff at today? -8. Brr. And Flagstaff, of course, is at a much higher elevation. Albuquerque is 6 degrees. Let's go down to the bottom end of Texas, see what we got. 22, 21, Corpus Christi, 20 degrees. That's a little better. 18 in San Antonio, Houston, 17, Austin, 17. Going up, looking at Dallas, we see about 17 there as well. If we go up a little bit and take a look and see Oklahoma City, about 15, right on the edge of that front. So likely getting some weather there. About 15 in New Orleans. Tallahassee only 12. Looks like Jacksonville about 10 or 11. Miami 23 today. Looking at Atlanta, they've got about 9 or 10 degrees there. Charlotte, North Carolina, 7. And Grandma B's house, 6 degrees Celsius. And that's not so bad. Virginia Beach, also 6. Philadelphia, 4. As we go north, progressively colder. And we see a 2 in New York. And we see 2 there in Boston as well. And let's go here, Cancun, about 22, 23 degrees. And let's see what's happening here. That cold is trying to get back down the Baja again. Hopefully it won't make it. Mazatlan today coming in at 20 degrees Celsius. Acapulco, of course, the nice place with 27 degrees. Mexico City, 12. And let's go down and see what South America is showing us. We are seeing up to 30 degrees there in Colombia. And that's not bad. Same thing goes for Venezuela, just a tad cooler, but not by much. Top end of Brazil here, we're seeing a spot that's about 27 degrees. That's not bad for this time of day. And looking at Bolivia, not so bad. Paraguay, so Bolivia up to 24, 25 degrees. Paraguay a little bit warmer at 25, 26. And we see Rio de Janeiro 23 right now. Sao Paulo coming in about 21. And Buenos Aires 24 degrees right now. Nice temperature. And looking at the interior of Argentina, we do see stuff up on the high 20 degree ranges there, so very good. And that seems to be a nice temperature throughout Argentina. And we see Chile even, and fairly warm. Santiago, Chile coming in at about 20, 21. Not so bad. And let's go over to New Zealand real quick. And we see the eastern side of South Island pretty warm still. Christchurch coming in at 27 again today, very nice for them. But we see the western coast very, very cold at 10, 11, 12 degrees depending on where you are. And let's see, looking up a little bit more, we see right there Wellington 21 and yeah, 27, 28 there. And somewhere around here is where Granzad is hiding at about 20 degrees Celsius. So Granzad brought up, what do you bring up? Peka Peka. Where the heck is Peka Peka? Is that a really small place? Oh, there must be this. At 20 degrees Celsius. He's saying 22 though on that map. Interesting. Or on the thing. So, all right. Taupo coming in at 21 according to this. And we'll go up here and look at Auckland at 21 degrees as well. And a little bit warmer up there, 22, 23 in some of those areas. Not so bad for most of that area. Let's go over to Tasmania. Hobart about 18 degrees right now. Higher elevations, of course, a little bit colder, and the southwest side a little cooler. Melbourne coming in at about 19, 20 degrees right now. Looks like the heat has returned to Australia. And we see 27 in Adelaide. And about 25, 26 there in Sydney, going up to Brisbane, home of Oz. Always so nice there, 29 degrees, very nice. Let's see, 38s out in the outback here, looking at some of those temperatures, and it looks like a 40 degree, 42 over here. Wow, and that is cooking for those guys. And let's see, anything else that is higher than 42? Nope. Quick peek at Perth, 25 degrees Celsius right now. That's not bad. Quick peek out here, and looks like pretty normal for our Tonga area and so on. 27, 28 for Fiji. Go figure. And 27, 28 for New Caledonia. 29 for Vanuatu, from 27 to 29. And looking at Papua New Guinea, it looks pretty normal with high 20s, 28, 29. Of course, the mountains in here are going to be cooler, but looks pretty good for them. Same thing goes for eastern Indonesia. And as we work through, we see some 30-degree temperatures on some of those islands, and 29, 30 out in Java as well, down to 26, 27. So a very nice temperatures. Sumatra coming in about 28, 29 on the bottom end. North end just slightly cooler. Bangkok coming in at about 29, just like what the map says. Thank you, Sue. And we see that heat is starting to return up there. And Manila coming in at about 32 degrees there, so very warm, and definitely big cut across the Taiwan here with actually they're doing pretty good, 17, 16 in some spots, 20, 22 up on the top, and 26 down on the bottom. Let's see if Japan's any warmer today. Kagoshima coming in at 13, so that would be around where our what is it? Our volcano is. Sakurajima would be right in there. Looks better for most of the island. We don't see so much blue in there anymore. That's really nice. So they are starting to warm up a little bit. Some of that snow is melting. Sapporo coming in at -4 today, so that is definitely an increase in temperature. And Kamchatka Peninsula, what can we say? A part of the Russian lands, but they do have these lows here that continuously try to put a warmer weather back in there. Sliding over here, looking at Sri Lanka, 24, 25, 26, pretty normal. And looks like India is starting to warm up. They got 13 in Delhi right now. That's a lot better than what we've seen for a long time. Pretty normal for Madagascar, 24, 25 degrees, 23. Higher elevations again, a little cooler, but that's to be expected. And about 19 in Cape Town. That's a little better than yesterday. It was 18 there, so not bad. And we are seeing most of everything looking pretty good. Central Africa, we're seeing some hot spots once again. 30 in here, and probably about 29, 30 in these countries. Still, the northern portions are very, very cold of the Sahara Desert. 7 degrees today in Cairo right now. That's not so good. UAE starting to warm up a little bit, and we are seeing 20 degrees there right now. A little cooler in Oman, and then of course down here in Yemen, not as good, but then again they've got some mountains in there too. About the top temperature there in the southern end of Saudi Arabia, about 21 degrees. Northern end, of course, very, very cold, down to 5 or 4 degrees. Iraq, looking at some of the areas here, 8 degrees up in Mosul. Baghdad, about 11. And getting up here in the Syrian border, 4 degrees. And this is the area, of course, affected by those earthquakes. 2 degrees in Gaziantep, if I said it right. And up here a little bit cooler, 1 up in this place. Malantia is 0 degrees, so not good for those guys. Adana there, 5 degrees right now. That's not so bad. And let's take a look at the temperatures there for Piggy, and she probably has about 7 or 8 degrees. Oh, 6, and there we go. So Piggy has got about 6 degrees right now. That's not so bad. I mean, it could be worse. And Radanzo coming in at about -4, -5. That is a little cold. We'll likely see more snow on Etna because of that. So hopefully that won't be too bad. But we'll see what we've got there. So, well, there there it is, a -1 it says, but on here it says -3 or -4. That's okay. We're close anyway. Few warmer spots in Spain, but nothing too great. Still in the low single digits for the most part for Portugal as well as Spain. Some freezing stuff up in the north again, of course. Aurelio, 0 degrees for him in Valladolid, oh, whatever it is, Valladolid, if I said it right. Anyway, that's what we got. 1 degree in Nantes there in France. Paris, there, I'm getting Merzwixt. Paris has got a 1 degree. Munich showing a -5, -6. Fortunately, a little warmer there in Frankfurt at only -1. And we see a 0 in Cologne and -1 at Yvonne Kunkel's house. And Amsterdam coming in at 0. Brussels are coming in at 0. OFU Lux has got to plug his spaceship in tonight, a -1, -2. Otherwise, it won't start. And going up a little bit more, so Amsterdam 0 degrees. Going up, looking at Copenhagen, a -1. And Aarhus coming in at -1 roughly, or is it 1? 1, yeah. Stockholm a 0, Oslo a -3, St. Petersburg -3, Moscow over here -8. Brr, a little colder. Let's take a look at England. A 0 in London. Looks like we have variable temperatures all over the place. Bobbing around the +1, +2 to about -1, -2 for the most part. Looks like Leeds as 0. And again, it looks like Scotland is warmer, 6 up in Glasgow. And Aberdeen making it to 5. And some of the other spots here, when we check, 8 degrees in some places. They are getting that warm Gulf Stream air. And then, of course, we got Dublin here. Coming in at 4, and somewhere over here in Doolin, he's got about 7 degrees for Mr. Irish Monk, and 7 or 8. We'll see when it says. Thanks, Sue. 8 degrees, and there you go for Doolin Island. And let's go to Reykjavik, a quick peek there and see what we've got on our wonderful Iceland. It says a -1 here, or 0, and that should be pretty close. And it is, so that is awesome. And we do see some colder temperatures in the interior though, and 5 or 6 degrees below, 8 in some spots, 9. The ice fields here, of course, a -14, that is to be expected. And let's leave that be. Let's go to our precipitation map, and we'll see where the snow is falling and the rain. Looks like Alaska and all the way down to the bottom end of Washington is getting some rain and snow mixes. And British Columbia has got some snow in the interior with rain as well. Same thing goes for the Rocky Mountains coming into Alberta. And we see up here in the Yukon, as well as the Northwest Territories, snow. Northern Ontario actually coming all the way up from Minnesota and those places. Some ice rain down in Minnesota, but going all the way up that low, keeping things pulled up there, and getting some snow. Looks like a little bit drier in the rest of Ontario, and a little bit in Quebec here as far as snow. And this Mr. Nasty off the coast here, I don't know how that's affecting you, Sue, but we do see, hey Maria, welcome. We do see some snow falling there in New Brunswick, PEI, and some portions of Nova Scotia, and looks like, yep, some rain out in those warm peninsula areas, and then some snow in the interior of Newfoundland. And gusty wind, no rain. Okay, that would make sense, and that's about what we've got there. Let's see, where is that? Looking at yeah, we see some of that rain up here in Idaho, freezing rain. Not bad. One little spot here in Utah for freezing rain as well, but looks like just very little for precipitation in the western states. Actually, most of the states are pretty dry, so most of it is over here in Des Moines, Iowa, and going up here we see that ice rain, and that is not so good. So Minnesota. And I can't remember what is this? Milwaukee. What state is Milwaukee in? Huh. It'll come to me in a while. Anyway, it doesn't look too bad there. Going South America or Central America, we do see a rain. It is the season, and we do also see Wisconsin. That's it. Henry Nelson lives there. And we see rain in the rainforests in Brazil and Peru and Bolivia and those places, and some of the smaller countries there, the French Guianas and that. Down here on the bottom tip of Chile, it gets chilly with rain as well. Looking at New Zealand, what we mentioned there, what I thought was rain cooling things down, is definitely rain cooling things down. So there we go. And looking at what we got there, not so bad, though most of the portions are drier. Same thing with the North Island, a lot better. Gren Zed is happy, he doesn't have to have webbed feet anymore. And let's see, he wants weather for nice. And nice is nice at 8 degrees. That is pretty nice. And so that's okay. Anyway, it looks like Tasmania not getting any rain, and most of Australia's pretty good, with the exception of around Sydney, a little bit of rain there. And up here in Queensland, I guess, is getting a little bit of rain as well, keeping it a little cooler. And we see lots of rain and moisture in Fiji and Vanuatu and New Caledonia, and then Papua New Guinea, those areas, as well as, look, we got Freddie. Freddie is here. Where is Barney? If Freddie is here, Barney's got to be around somewhere too. 94S is not Barney. They do have some storms cooking out there, but lots of rain happening in the Indonesian, Malaysian areas, and of course here in the Philippines as well. Going up and looking at Japan, bottom end, that was so nice and warmer, is getting some torrential rains from the looks of things, with that low sitting there. Little bit of snow up here in the cold area at Sapporo, and Kamchatka Peninsula getting some snow as well. And let's see, and what do we got happening in Africa? And of course we see Indian Ocean, not bad. India is not bad. We do have some stuff here in Sri Lanka, but also down on the bottom of South Africa, some rain. Madagascar getting a little bit more rain around the edges, and then of course here in the rainy season stuff, filling up all their ponds for the dry season to come. And then of course looking at the desert area, not much rain there, couple little tiny spots, so they will likely be pleased with that. And some horrible weather coming for those people in Turkey that are going to try to rescue things. We see a lot of rain here in that'd be where would it be? Lebanon and Israel and northern portions of is that Egypt down there? Those areas, but yeah. That'd be Jordan over here. So they are getting some rain there. Let's see if Piggy's getting any rain. She didn't say anything about rain tonight. No, no rain right now. So, but still, the wind is howling. Crete looks like it's getting a bunch of rain, and rain there in Greece. And looks like Malta is just out of it, but there is Tunis here getting pelted, and on those areas there. A little bit of snow up in Italy in a couple of spots, and that is not so bad. And we see snow up here going up into the Italian Alps and those areas. And of course, Sardinia getting nailed with more rain, and then we've got this storm out here that's going to create more rain, and probably some muchly needed moisture for Spain as well, and some of it falling in the form of crystallized water droplets. Looks like most of France is clear, and most of let's see, Holland and Belgium, Luxembourg, and Germany, and Denmark are pretty clear of snow and ice and rain, just some fog. Northern portions of Sweden gets a little bit of ice, rain, and snow. Same thing goes for Finland, and then of course the Norwegian coastline. It is getting everything, and that is pretty normal. England, not bad. Some foggy stuff to be expected, and it looks like Ireland out of the woods for right now. A little bit of rain up here in the northern or western side of Scotland, and then of course we see bad weather there again for Iceland. Lots of snow and rain falling, so that is what they've got. And let's go back to our temperatures. We'll find the coldest places on the planet, and we'll see what we can find. And let's see what we got here. Looks pretty balmy, warm. 42, 43, 43, 40, 45, minus 45 right there. Anything colder than minus 45? Do we have a 46 maybe? Oh, I see a 46. But let's not get stuck there. Minus 45. Let's, oh, there's a minus 46. And we'll find some colder temps. Minus 46. 47, 48, and 49, minus 49. Oh, a minus, I seen a 50 there. There it is, minus 50. And do we have minus 51? Minus 50. And do we have a minus 51 here? Only a minus 50. Let's see if we zoom in on that a little bit more. Do we find a cold spot with a minus 51? No, doesn't look like it. Minus 50, and I think that's it. I'm gonna live with that, a minus 50. And let's see if there's a low. Let's check around that though. Minus 47. So minus 50 so far for the cold, and 47, no, warmer, 45, 46, 47, 49. Do we have anything colder than a minus 50? Okay, I am not seeing anything colder than a minus 50. All right, I'm going with minus 50 for Antarctica. And let's see what we have for Greenland, which looks pretty white to me. Minus 44 right off the bat. And, oh, minus 45 there. Let's see if we can find something colder than a minus 45. And looking. What about around that low? No, minus 44, 45. And yeah, I keep jumping on there. Minus 45. There's got to be something colder. Minus 45. So, no, looks like Greenland is warming up a little bit. Minus 45 degrees. What about up here in this open spot? Windy. No, that don't look much different. I'm gonna have to go with a minus 45. I think that's all I got here. Yep, a minus 45. Unless there's something hidden in here that is a 46. No, minus a... Oh, hang on. Did we find it? No, it was a 4. Darn it. I thought I had a minus of 46, but I guess not. Minus 45. Okay, I'm saying minus 45. And let's take a look at the Canadian Arctic and see what we've got. And that should be coming in at a bitterly cold minus 214. Well, there we go. A minus 43. Not that warm. Minus 44. Okay, and that's okay. Oh, I seen a 45. Minus a 45. Okay, let's see if we can keep going here. Oh, it's warm here now. It changed. This used to be a really cold area. Minus a 45 so far. Mind you, this is a big country, so we can take a look in other places. Oh, I see another 44 right in here somewhere. Where is it? Minus a 45. Okay, don't see anything colder. What about these lakes? They sometimes get cold. 43. Nope, nope, nope. What about down here? Anything? Just double check. No, that's in the minus 30s. That's not so good. And let's scan around here a little bit. Minus a 40, 40. No, that ain't gonna work. Minus a 41. No, we had minus 45 already, so let's keep scanning here. Sometimes I get stuff here. Minus a 42. And nope, I don't see anything there. Going up. No. What about these areas? A minus a 41. Nope, nope, nope. No, no, 43. No, minus a 40. 39. No, 40. Oh, there's a minus a 45. Let's just check in that area. 42. 45. 43. Check on the sides. There's that minus a 45 again. We see minus a 45. 46 I seen. Right in here somewhere. There's a minus a 46 so far. And that's getting closer. Where's that river go? That goes up here into the warmer stuff. There's another one, minus a 40 something. Maria, thank you very kindly for, let me write that down. Maria, thank you very kindly for the 20 Swedish kroner super chat, and do appreciate that. Thank you very kindly, Maria. That's awesome. And we'll continue my hunt for the cold temps. And thank you for the support. I really do appreciate that. And let's see what we got here. Warmer, warmer, warmer. Nope, nope. What about this area here? Oh, minus 45. 48. Wow, a minus of 48. 47. 40. Where is that 48? I seen it here. There's a 48. minus 48 degrees Celsius. Let's keep checking. 48, minus 48. Check some more. Warming up down here. And she keeps pointing up. Maybe that's what that means. I'll look up on that super chat. I'll have to take that hint. Minus 48 so far. That is a pretty good. Let's see if we can find something a little colder. I gotta see where we are there. Minus 48, 43, 45. That's gotta be the cold spot right about there, eh? 46. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to live with that minus 48. We'll see. So that is seems to be the coldest that I'm getting there. Minus 48. So we'll see if nothing colder, eh? 45, 44. Full Circle, Florida. Good to see you. We couldn't see your volcano today. It was raining. You know, the ASO ASO volcano. I like being punny sometimes. And Piggy went to sleep. Yeah, Piggy crashed. She was trying to get some sleep. It's been a long day for her with all the shaking and quaking going on. And yeah, I'm gonna have to go with that minus 48. I don't see anything colder unless there is something that is hidden and I didn't see it. What about here? Nope, nope, nope. What about going further up? What about over here? Oh, hang on, maybe we're not done yet. No, I don't see anything really super cold there. 47, nope. No, I think a minus 48 is about the best we are going to do. 42 there. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to do that. 48. Quakes, yes, Maria, we were talking about the quakes over in Turkey, the very, very heavy quakes. And that was some of them 7.8 and 7.5 and 6.7, and many people have perished, and many deaths and that kind of thing up there. So that's kind of what we were looking at. In case you missed that, I'll kind of mention those things before I wrap it up again, just to let you know. And it's been a horrendous time for those people over there. Over 3,700 people had perished. There's a minus 48, 49. Let's see, do we have a minus 50? Minus 50 right there. Do we see anything colder? Not in that area, we don't. Minus 40 somethings. Minus 47. Let's see. 46. Minus 40. Oh, I've seen another minus 47, 48. We already got minus 50. There's a minus 49 right there. Let's see if we can find something a little colder right around there. No. Minus 49 is about the best we can do there. let's take a look up the river a little bit. Looks warmer. Oh, a 47, 42, no, 47 right there. That's, but we already got a minus a 50, so let's worry about that. And yeah, some pretty cold temperatures. So minus a 50 over here. Let's see if we can find something colder. Minus a 49. Oh, I seen a 51 in here. Minus a 51. And that is pretty cold. Let's hit it again. Where is it? Oh yeah, right there. Minus a 51 Celsius. And let's see if we can... what about this river thing here? 47, 47, 48. Minus a 50. Checking in that area. 47, 49, 50. Not seeing anything. So minus a 51 seems to be my cold spot so far. What about up here? This loop sometimes gets cold. 48, 48, 48, 49. No, oh, minus a 48. 47. Oh, there's another little river there. I didn't notice that before. Minus a 49. We had minus a 51 already, so minus a 49. I don't know. I think I'm going to have to live with that minus a 51 that we found right around here. Let's see if there's anything colder in that region. No. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna leave it at a minus 51 degrees Celsius, and we do see some that are very close, but just no cigar. So just doing a final sweep here. Oh, minus a 50 right there. Anything colder right there? Minus a 50. 49, 50. We did see 51 so far, so I think we're going to have to live with that. So I'm going to say minus a 51 for the Siberia. Dr. Fox, I had a question earlier, fell asleep. Okay, no problem. Sharon Stewart, I got that. Minus 50 in Antarctica, Greenland minus 45, Canada minus 48, and Siberia minus 51. There we go. Those are correct. Grandma B, go ahead with your question that you had, and that would be awesome. Will be Sue wins. Oh, she got minus 55. Holy Batman. She found some cold temps. And what? For some Dole's pills. Thanks, Full Circle, Florida. Full Circle, Florida. And for the $2 super chat, that's awesome. Thank you very kindly. And Grandma B, is a piggy on the same fault as a turkey? No. Piggy is okay. Piggy is on the Aegean plate. Actually, let me bring that up because I did say I was going to show that again. Oh, hang on. We'll take that off of there. Okay, so there we go on the screen. And let me get my crayons to work there. So the quake activity happened in this area and along this fault mostly. Okay, so this is where the quakes, majority of the quakes came in. So that is the East Anatolian fault, and possibly a little bit down on the what they call the Dead Sea Transform fault. Okay, which is basically sliding. One is sliding south on this side and north on the other side. If we get rid of that, and you can see here, so the Arabian plate is sliding to the northeast, and the Anatolian plate is sliding to the southwest, but a majority of the thrust is upward this way, okay, as indicated by this arrow here. And that is what's happening. Piggy is over here on the island of Kos. So what she will receive is, of course, what's going to happen with the plates here. You see this arrow here showing the movement. Well, that is essentially what's going on. So we got slower material moving up here, and then a faster material moving here on the bottom. And can it happen that she is going to get more quakes? Yes, very, very possible. Cyprus is also in the way. Okay, they're going to get some faults. They got, because these faults here, those are going to definitely get something happening. And the Hellenic arc here, the Hellenic arc, is what is pushing up against Piggy's Aegean plate, and that is kind of where it is. So Piggy is located here in Kos, and this stuff here, most of this will probably be directed down below her, and it depends. Some of the upper stuff will push up in the north and push over, and we'll see some quakes happening in all the areas. I don't know how much movement in total this all these quake swarms created. That is to be figured yet, but it's not over. Okay, I'll put it that way. The quakes are lessening in this area now. They're no longer up in the 5 and 6 ranges anymore. They're down to the 3s and 2s, high 2s and 3s. So it's slowed down a whole bunch. But it still, the damage has been done there in Turkey and, of course, northern Syria. And that is the unfortunate part. But that doesn't mean that things are finished. The Anatolian plate ends about here, somewhere around here. And then this is the Aegean microplate. That is where Piggy is on. And that, of course, is being pushed by the Anatolian plate at different paces. Okay, the top is slow, that's slower. Okay, and the bottom is moving actually faster. And this is a faster moving area. So what is happening is in this area in the middle here, it's kind of ripping the Anatolian plate a little bit as well. So this is fast down here. So we're not sure what's going to come up yet, but Piggy is prepared. She does have her bug out pack and everything else ready for the animals and so on, because of this dilemma, just so you guys know that. Mars 2028 says Lebanon badly shaken as well. Yes, absolutely. And Lebanon is down here in this region, okay, and downward. So, as I was saying, the Dead Sea Transform fault basically shifting in both directions, so that is sending some of that. The 7.8, the big quake, was right about here, and its outline, people were feeling it about 300 kilometers away. So that is kind of like that big of a circle but there were waves moving or propagating southward, as well as we had more quakes over in this area, these areas here, as well as over here in the middle of Turkey. And like I said, with that stuff on the top moving slower than the bottom, you're going to get some tearing in here, and that is going to create more quakes, but hopefully nothing as hard and shearing as what we had before. So hopefully that explains it. Grandma B, on the news, they said they felt quakes in Greenland. I don't know about Greenland. They wouldn't have felt they wouldn't have felt what was happening there in. Let me get on the other map. Let me actually zoom this out. Greenland, no, they wouldn't have felt these quakes in Greenland. There's no way. That wouldn't have happened. If they were feeling something in Greenland, it would have been some other quake. Let's refresh that. Hang on, I'm on the wrong map. I want to be on this one. Another 4.7, 31 minutes ago. Let me refresh that and see if we had any Greenland quakes. So if we go up to Greenland, the only quake near Greenland is this one at Svalbard, 3.4. And that is possible that they may have felt that in Greenland, but I doubt it. I doubt very much that they felt it there. But if we zoom in here a little bit, and here's what I was saying, there's Lebanon here. Lebanon had a couple little shakers too. Okay, they had a 3.3 and they had a 2.9. So of course, yes, they would definitely feel that. And that, of course, being part of what I just mentioned here, the Dead Sea transform, which is basically the two plate areas are sliding along each other. That does extend down into Lebanon. But the initial quake here, of course, if we kind of make a circle around this, it was felt quite a distance, about 300 plus kilometers out, and of course in some places more so than others depending on the transfer of the rock. Here's the two that I was saying went around the middle where it's going to end up tearing it, and then the Aegean plate starts in here in these mountains. And of course Piggy felt this one here, that 3.1. She felt this 4.7 down here by Rhodes, and she did feel this 5.1, but not so much. And she did feel this one here in the Crete Sea of Crete, a 3.4. She did not feel the 2.6. So that is for sure. But we're going to see some stuff happening here yet. We're going to see, because this is moving, we're going to see some action in here, likely some more quakes, and we'll see. Cyprus will likely get a few more quakes as well, and that should be it. The seismometer felt it, but it was very weak, so people couldn't feel it in Greenland, just like what in Western Europe, the waves travel through the world. Yes, Jarvis, yeah, if it was a very, very low detection, you're going to see that rippling throughout, and that's something that we have to kind of mention. If we zoom out a little bit, you know, the this propagates out. So let me see if I can get my whiteboard working. So yeah, you're going to see these like ripples in a pond. Okay, and this is what's going to happen with larger quakes. You're going to see them rippling out. And I bet you seismometers in Africa and even Indonesia would have picked that up, as well as Greenland. And those ripples travel around the world. How long after the initial shake does the after shakes usually happen? Hours, days, weeks? Well, the initial ones, hang on, I gotta try to clear this. The initial aftershocks, those start happening, well, pretty much right away. But what can happen is tension will build up in certain areas, and it may take exactly what you said, days, months, or days, weeks, and months before it will go off. So, are there volcanoes in Turkey? Yes, most of them are dormant volcanoes in Turkey. Turkey and Saudi Arabia and those places, most of those volcanoes are quiet and have been dormant for a long time. Let's go to the volcano map, and we'll show you where they are. That way you can get a good idea of that as well. Let's hit that button, and let's zoom in, and you can see where the volcanoes in Turkey are, and there you can see what we've got. So right here in this area, quite a few volcanoes, and a matter of fact, where the epicenter is, the closest ones is this one. This is an unnamed one. There's another one underneath here, and then you've got this little chain right there. You also have some down here, bottom end of Lebanon, and of course you have multiple out in these other areas of Turkey. So lots of dormant volcanoes in those areas, and that includes further over here. This already becomes the Aegean plate, and this is for Piggy. This is Nicerus. This is the one that Piggy sent me the stuff from the, well, we call it the ash, which is very sulfurous smelling. And here's another one, this, what is it, Akyarlar volcano. Again, this one could go, this one dormant, okay? You know, that's the way most of those are. These ones over here, though, could be this Colombo and this Santorini. Santorini, that's a troublemaker. That could be something that could happen. As Santorini goes, there will be big problems, and that will mess up and make your day really bad. Santorini is very likely to be explosive and create all kinds of tidal waves. So hopefully that answers what we just mentioned. And Oz, you just asked the same thing. All the green spots here, the green triangles, those are all volcanoes in Turkey. They're not active, and they go all the way up to Armenia. Armenia even has some. So these are the inactive volcanoes there. And Syria has a couple just across the border. And of course these three here and this one here, that is very, well, that's very, very close to our cause. This one here. And this one is the closest to Piggy right there. So, yeah, but those volcanoes will remain inactive for the most part. We had, like, just to let you know, like, okay, back in 1999, there was a massive 7.6 quake that took the lives of almost 20,000 people in Turkey. There's also over here in this region here, let me get rid of some of those extra volcanoes, what they call Van over here, this area. They had a massive 7.4 back in 2011, okay? And that took the lives of 3,000 or 4,000 people, just so you're aware of those. And that is something. And yeah, our death toll in this area is going to go sky high. Like a lot of people don't understand why, but it's because of the multitude of quakes that they've got, and also the fact that this happened at 4:17 in the morning, and most people were sleeping, and most of those buildings that collapsed, they were houses or apartment blocks, and they collapsed. And it's now said over 4,000 people. Thank you, Kathy. Now that makes sense, and I'm not trying to be a doomsday sayer, but those numbers, 4,000 is still shy, very, very shy. We're going to see over 10 to 15,000, if not more, people, okay, that have perished. Full circle, Florida, the predictions are over 20,000. Yeah, I would not doubt that one bit. It could very likely be over 20,000. The problem is most of these quakes, when it started, the initial big quake flattened so many buildings so quickly that nobody had a chance. They were all sleeping in their beds, and by the time they realized and woke up, the building was already down on top of them. And that's what you got to keep in mind and keep that consideration there. So that is the bad part, and as much as I like I said, I don't want to be a doomsday sayer. It's just that's the way it is for them. And the 1999 quake killed about 20,000 people, and this one, I'm thinking the atolls are going to be right up there, 20,000. And my heart goes out to all of them. It's a sad thing. Something I didn't touch on today, and I might as well. I still have a couple minutes here. Give me a second though. I want to take a drink of Pepsi. Okay, a bunch of years ago, I watched a very interesting series about the Japanese. How they were testing buildings, and they built they built model buildings, apartment blocks, to test during earthquakes in their massive shaker machine that they've got. And they tested these buildings, and they found structures that were up to about 4 floors in height. If you had apartment buildings, smaller apartment blocks, up to about 4 stories, they were very sturdy and very unlikely to collapse. They might shift off their foundations somewhat, but they wouldn't collapse. The ones that collapsed were the ones from 5 stories to about 12 stories in height. And this is the thing of the way they build most of those buildings there in Turkey that collapsed were of that size, between 5 to about 12 stories. A lot of the newer ones that were bigger towers, they were built to withstand the sway and the movement and everything. Those smaller ones were not. And the vibration and movement would literally cause the foundations to break and buckle, and the whole thing would come down and pancake right in its spot. And this is what has happened to, literally thousands of apartment buildings there in Turkey. They've basically pancaked straight down. They didn't tip over, they came down straight on top of everything. So those people that were on the lower floors, they would have been perished just about instantly. And the upper floors, you may find some survivors, but it was horrible. It's horrible. Older buildings aren't built to withstand earthquakes. Not necessarily, Sarah. Depends on who was building them. But a lot of them there in Turkey and in Syria were constructed very quickly. A lot of them used things like cinder block, and it's a bad thing to use for earthquakes. unless you reinforce it with rebar and other structure. And that's something they're not ready. And on top of this, these earthquakes being as large as they were, you had the 7.8, you had a 7.4, you had a 7.5, 6.7, and that is exactly the problem behind it. These buildings weren't anywhere near what we would consider code in many other places. I know along in Vancouver, Canada, as an example, they are forced by law to make it withstand an 8 on the scale, and so a magnitude 8, and they can't use cinder block because of that. They can't use those materials that will fly apart. You can use cinder block if it's done properly, rebar reinforced within it, right? And that's exactly it. Sarah said it right. Unreinforced masonry. And even in Seattle, some of the stuff there, the older buildings that they have, they want to preserve, they've basically built shells around them. Wow, you get up to 8s there on Vancouver and that whole Juan de Fuca Plate area. A good book, hang on, let me get the actual title. Okay, I've got the book in my hand. And I actually did a book review. It's called Full-Rip 9.0, The Next Big Earthquake in the Pacific Northwest. And that was written by Sandy Doughton, Doughton. And it's not a long book, but it definitely tells you a lot of what can happen in these books, and in these quakes, basically making reference to the northwest of the United States and Canada to show what would happen. And that was one of the books I did a book review on, and actually posted it online. The book is a little bit tough to read at first because they jump back and forth in time from many years ago, 300 years ago, to present day time. But in geology, this is kind of the way it works. They test out stuff, they find stuff in 1960, and then they test it out and look at it and go back, and they realize that's actually evidence from, say the 1700s, and go back and forth. And so those kinds of things are stuff that they look at. And of course, in Seattle, the Washington, the building codes have been increased tremendously, and they consider anything that isn't nailed down properly, that they have codes. And here's that Juan de Fuca Plate on the west coast of there's Vancouver Island, and Seattle is right in here, and then Portland would be right about here, and those areas. So this quake here, and that is not the San Andreas fault. San Andreas stops right about here, but there are multiple fissures and faults in here, and those are all troublesome. Okay, but the Juan de Fuca Plate is pushing in under North America as an example, and we could get what's called the full rip 9.0 in this. It would come up all the way from Vancouver, north of Vancouver Island, down to the southern end of Oregon, and that may eventually even lead to the San Andreas going. And if the San Andreas goes, well, if this pops first, that could trigger this up here. That's always the scary part. Okay, so I hope you guys can understand some of that, and you know, it is deadly scary to see any of these earthquakes. And this is what the USGS has reported. They are missing a lot of the other quakes that we have on the other map, which is in here. And if I change that to a street view, that you can see it a little bit better. There are just literally, there's over 200 quakes in here, all of which are big size differences. You make a super teacher. Thank you, Grandma B. And you make it easier to, I try, you know, that is important. Is if I'm conveying the information and nobody's getting it, then it's no good. Hey, Kimmy Lambert got that gift. Wow, Oz, thank you very kindly for doing that. And Oz gifted another 1 month membership, and Kimmy Lambert got it. So anyway, I'm hoping that, you know, you guys understand some of that stuff that I'm referring to here. And like when you're looking at this on the map here, of course you can see the arrows, what we're talking about, the Arabian plate shifting. Yes, it's pushing up northward, but it is shifting actually to the northeast according to that fault, and that Eastern Anatolian fault. And the Turkey side is pushing to the southwest. But that is still going to create the arc effect, where, you know, up in the top here, you got that slower movement, and down on the bottom, you got faster movement going across. So it's going to be a while. We'll see how the pressures build up. We'll probably see some quakes in this region coming up in the near future. And I don't know what kind of stuff is going to happen down here, because again, these faults are going back and forth as well. So it's hard to say. It's hard to say right now. I mean, I don't know any of the measurements of what has been pushed and how it's been pushed. It's very hard to say. But anyway, let's wrap this stream up, though. It is 9 p.m. here. I do have to get some dinner and make things happen for me. So thank you, everyone, for being here. And I really do appreciate it. And I want to say a big thank you, first off, to all of you. Okay. And you're all, of course, a great audience. And thank you for being members of the Lava family and being here, you know, with us. Really awesome. And thank you to our moderators. Bo, good evening and good night. And thanks, everyone. I want to say, thank you to Arizona Snowman, Piggy, who has heeded my advice and got her vehicle ready with cages and food for the animals and blankets and things like that. It's all ready in case she has to bug out, you know, and it's ready. So that kind of thing. And it's going to be a few weeks before we see what the end results are of everything. And I want to remind everyone, actually, I'm kind of changing subjects again here. I want to remind everyone the death tolls there in Turkey and Syria. The buildings from today's debris removal and stuff, they've only gotten up to about 10% of the building stuff. Okay, only 10%. They have not cleared away one complete single building. So there are many buildings. You got 90% of every one of these buildings to go through yet. And if you had a 12-story building, 90% means you may have cleared 1 or 2 floors. Okay, that means the rest of the floors are still packed and pancaked together. Anyway, I hate to end it on a nasty note like that. It's it's a horrible scene, and my heart really goes out to them, and I do feel very sad that these things happened, and you know, we do have that, and Piggy prepared that, by the way, in both languages, in Turkish and well, the other one. So thank you, Oz, for that $2 super chat. Thank you very kindly. Anyway, I'm gonna wrap up the stream. I do have to get some dinner, so yeah, all the best to all of them, and hopefully the rest will be okay. So that is what we feel, and it's a shame. Anyway, thank you, everyone. And it is a time to wrap things up. So thank you for watching, and I really appreciate all of you. A big thank you to Piggy and Michael Olson for the super chats, Oz for gifting that 1 membership, and let's see, Marianne for gifting that or for that super chat, and then Full Circle Florida for that super chat. Then Oz again for another membership gift and a small super chat as well. So thank you very kindly for you guys' support. I do appreciate that. That's awesome. And big thank you to all of you for being here and being part of our lava family. So on those friendly notes, it's a time for me to wrap it up. I already said thanks to our moderators. And I just want to say a thank you to all of you. So stay safe and stay kind, and please, most of all, and this really, I mean it, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Good night, everyone. Oink, oink.